Okay, hi my fellow Earthlings. Another day, a new painting tutorial or lesson. Today it is a landscape painting. It is 40 centimeters big with this frame. And there was a patron and I consider a friend, Kyle, who sent me this photograph that he took with his mobile, and I thought it was beautiful, so I wanted to paint it. And this is the photo, and this is the result. Of course, the colors in the photo kind of comes out a little bit different than the colors in the painting, because a painting is, of course, a more physical thing. It has all these it's very yellow. It's not that yellow in reality. It is actually more toned down. But that's anyway how it comes out on the film. So yeah, you can actually see some of the textures and details I have been working with. It's a daunting process actually. It's a lot of textures and a lot of overpaints and all that. I actually finished it yesterday, so there's a little bit, should we say, wet some places, dry other places. That is why you get that shine in it. Anyway, you can see the full process of this painting after this introduction. I was initially going to make this into a patron giveaway because Kyle is also a patron, but for some reason, and he's also a painter, I'm trying desperately to make him make a YouTube channel because he have a funny accent, and yeah, it's actually the Suwannee River in, what was it he said, in, let's see, Jasper, Florida. Yeah, Jasper, Florida. Suwannee River, Jasper, Florida. And I decided, Kyle, to give it to you for free. And I've been going back and forth on this, but I think it's a nice gesture. I could always make new paintings for Patreon. And it's your photo, and I know you will love having it. So, Carl, it's yours. I'm gonna send it to you when it dries. So, yeah. It just felt right. My mother is gonna go crazy over this because she's gonna say you're gonna go bankrupt and blah blah blah. And this is probably the only time I will do this, just so you know it. And I do this because it's his photo, and he's a painter, and he is also a patron, so he has actually supported me. So I felt it was the right thing to do. Anyway, I hope that you can share my videos, subscribe to my channel, and even consider becoming a patron. If you're a painter, I will do Skyping with you and or web things if you go in for a $30 patronage. If you do a $5 patronage, you can actually be in my patron giveaway lottery every month. I actually am a little bit out of whack right now, so there's a lot of patron giveaways coming up. And if you only want to support my channel and work, you can go in for $1 or whatever. So that's up to you. Anyway, I hope that you will at least share my videos and watch them. There's also hyperlinks in description, so you can jump around. There's also next to this video there is a video where I do all the Gesso work and also building textures and stuff like that. Now this introduction became very long because of all the things I needed to say, but I hope that you can actually at least watch my videos. If you want to support me, please become a patron. And to Kyle, keep painting and get that YouTube channel done, because I think you're gonna do quite well on YouTube. Anyway, stay cool until the next video. See ya. Okay, new project, landscape. There's also already a video where I actually primed this canvas on my YouTube channel, where I build up texture, and it was probably the video I posted before this one. So I just continue the process in this video, and you can see how I built the textures. It's from a river called Suwannee River in Florida. It was sent to me by a painting friend, patron in America called Kyle, Mr. Kyle. He's going to be very pleased when he sees I've made this. I'm not going to tell him until I'm finished. So I'm going to show him I'm doing it. So yeah, it's going to be a surprise. It's his photo actually, and he's making quite good landscapes, really good actually. So I wish you could make a YouTube channel so you can see his work, but he don't want to do it, so I don't know. Just keep banging on, see, maybe someday he will. And you have this southern accent that is just, you know, brilliant, funny to listen to. So with this, I will start painting this one. So, okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm not sure if I'm gonna show you the whole sketching process. It's a little bit complex, so I just might start just measure a little bit. See, yeah, it's kind of like here up to, yeah, that's what I sketched. So I'm just gonna put in a first dot. It's always about the first. It's a little bit to the left here. So just do like this. Boom. Maybe it's further down. It goes up like this. Some trees here. And whoosh. And there's some trees. And there's some perspective here. Just keeps on going. And this one too, slower. And the thing with this is that it's quite, there's not much detail in it. The river is mostly right here. You have the forest thing reflecting, and here reflecting. Landscapes are my, and there's a lot of yellow, there's some yellow here. I know Mr. Kyle, he is doing his paintings with more care. He is sketching more. I'm sketching more roughly, but his light is just gorgeous in paintings, and maybe it's, I even sometimes wonder about how you get it so clean and so vivid. But you know, we all have our own style. I'm more like an impressionist when I paint, and we all have to find our own way, our own painting style, and it's important to learn from other people. If I would learn, I actually go and look at the paintings of Turner stuff. But I can also learn from Kyle's painting, I can learn from other painters on YouTube. But mostly I learn from art history and the greatest painters by looking at how they do the textures. Textures is everything in the paintings. There's a tree branch going out here that's going to be really difficult. Yeah, so just have to learn from. And you learn, the best way to learn is to learn from mistakes. Actually, Mr. Kyle asked me today how I used cobalt blue. Cobalt. He hasn't been using cobalt. Now, cobalt blue is this one, that one there. It is the cleanest blue. It is the primary blue, and you can manipulate it any way you want because it's kind of neutral. If you put some red in it, it becomes reddish. If you put some yellow into it, it goes more against green, and you can manipulate it. If you actually take this blue and you put some green into it, some yellow into it, it will lean towards the greenish. And if you then take the same color and you put a little bit of red in it, it will be the complementary color to the one you just made with the yellow. And that's what goes on in nature all the time. It's just nature is mixing, and they're mixing from the basic primary colors. There's not that, and all the colors comes out from these colors. And when you understand that there is no such thing as sky blue, flesh tint, or any such nonsense. It just doesn't exist. There is no such thing as flesh tint or flesh color or apple blue or whatever they try to sell you is a scam. You just have to learn how to use the primary colors and mix most of the colors from the basic primary colors. I also use the what I put in here now. That's actually I mix together cobalt and French ultramarine, and then I get some color in between. Now I can see there's some green in this, and therefore I can actually put in some Prussian blue, which has some more green tint to it. So it falls a little bit to the green. I think it's a little bit to the blue, so I just put in some more white and green, and boom, after a while you start to get the color you're after. So I'm mixing much of my colors on the palette, no, on the canvas, but I also mix on the palette, of course. I do both. So yeah, now there's some red here. You have the greenish, bluish, and then you some very red here. So you have the complementary colors between the green and the violet. It's mixing. It's so beautiful for me, who knows these things and see them clearly. I can see it very clearly. It's all very vivid to me. I can actually see nature, or the colors of nature playing out right in front of me. You see the complementary mixing that light is doing, it really becomes beautiful. I'm going to do this for a while. I'm going to fill my palette so you actually see how I'm mixing on my palette when I'm sketching. Maybe that's a little bit interesting for you. You can see there's a lot of reddish also, but it becomes when you get a reflection in the sea, it's kind of a reflection, but it's a little bit more toned down. It's not exactly. It will always be, because a reflection is basically further away. So the further away you get, the more red shifted the colors become. And when you have a mirror of something, it actually becomes, or maybe that's a hypothesis I just, but anyway, it becomes more red shifted, or whatever color you have in the reflection. That's my experience anyway. I think it's how it works. Yeah. So green here. I kind of put my painting or my work into compartments when I paint. I kind of see different parts and I just kind of put them in. Someone else maybe go a little bit more, maybe use a little bit more time on details and go try to get it as correct as possible from the start, which can actually be a good thing. But I prefer to keep it very open, very loose, and just pile on. Up here there are some branches. I will actually do them later because I have to do all the things in between, and the branches is basically coming all the way. Need some more color. The colors are drying too fast. There's a line here. So I have a branch down here, something hanging from the branch, and there's one here, go down like that, it goes out like this, it's in here, and down there, and stuff like that. And I'll basically know a little bit where it's going to be. Boom. That's shorter. It's actually up here. So, yeah. Now, there's a lot of light in the middle here. This one is actually higher up. So, usually I just kind of pile on with some more thicker colors here. I'm gonna try to do the sketch a little bit a little bit more correct. Maybe. See what happens. Painting has a tendency to take on its own life. So you just can start painting and then see what happens. I've been doing a huge landscape for days on end, so it's kind of nice to do something that There's no time limit on, there's no pressure, it's only cuddle with it. Anyway. Oh, this is much higher. So, it's a little yellow over here. I think this goes even deeper. Yeah, let's see. One, a little bit. One, a little bit more. So, okay. Just going to put some of these trees. There's a tree line here. Something like this. You have these trees on this side, which is darker, and you have the reflection in the water. So the reflection here, like this. You have a big boulder here, big rock, and the river goes in like this. So it's almost like when I paint now, this is how I think when I'm painting, when I'm not talking. It's the way I think, or don't think. I don't know if I think it, but that's what my brain is telling itself when it actually paints. So the blue here. There's a lot of different colors. Just get approximate, and you kind of have to. I understand that people who haven't been painting for very long can't do it in this way. They have to kind of be a little bit more careful what they do and get it a little bit more correct from the beginning. Now, for me, that is not that necessary, because I know that I'm gonna go over it again and again and correct it, and in the end it will get right, or become right. But if you're a beginner, a little bit more control can be a good thing, because it's all about looking into the future and predict how and where you're going to go later. That has a lot to do with actually getting stuff right. So yeah. Yeah. It's good to put in some dark, because then it's more easy to see the light. And yeah. And there has been people who asked me if I could actually film the palette at the same time that I film what I do here. But the problem is that I don't have two cameras. I do, but then you have to synchronize it, and you have to kind of do so many things. So I prefer to do it the way I'm doing it. I should be better. I should teach myself to use the video equipment better. Maybe I get more subscribers. Yeah, I'm just gonna film the palette a little bit so I can actually see what I'm doing on the palette. Yay! Okay, here we are with the palette, as I was talking about. I'm trying to show you a little bit about how I use it and how I think when I paint. Now I'm going to try to speak a little bit about what I do. You see, when I paint, I just kind of grab colors and I do like this. You can call that mixing, but when I mix, I actually put it on the canvas. Oh, the wrong color actually, became too green. It's hard to. So I'm gonna, then I can go in here and I mix these two. So I get this mixture of the red and the yellow, which gives that tone that is needed on this canvas. I can also go in here, I mix some blue in. So I keep on basically mixing the color both on the canvas and on the palette. I showed you this before. I'm going to go here. You have the this is a more yellow, cadmium yellow, deep cadmium yellow. That is cadmium lemon. That is cadmium orange. But I could actually mix basically these things with only this one and this one. But to make things more easy for me, I use some of the broken, or some more variations of it. So I don't have to use that much time mixing. I actually used to use only the cobalt, this one, the cadmium yellow, lemon, more, yeah, or cadmium, it's more cadmium, primary cadmium. And I used, of course, the red, what's it called, cadmium red, and that was the basically what I used, this and this and white. I didn't even use black in the beginning because I had this idea that since the whole universe and all the colors and light are basically made out of three colors, I should be able to mix all the colors from the primary colors, which in theory I guess you should be able to do. It takes a hell of a lot of time, and it's not actually, I was talking to Kyle today and he asked me about the cadmium blue, how I used it. No, the cobalt blue, I mean, sorry. And I wondered if I'm going to make a video of me only using these colors to create a painting. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I have a lot of things to do, so but it could actually be interesting. I also have an old book that I got off from my my color or painting teacher. I went to a drawing school. Her name is Sissel Kobosta, and she gave me a book of Delacroix's palettes. And Delacroix's palettes varies from a very few colors to an enormous amount of different colors. But the way he did it was that he planned his paintings and he mixed colors, because they buy tubes back then, you have to mix it. And he made all the colors, did different blends and stuff, and then he knew where he was going to use most of the different colors. Almost like a diagram with 1, 2, 3, and then you have the palette 1, 2, 3. So you're just going to put the colors in. So that was kind of a way he did it. And in some of the paintings, there's an enormous amount of different colors. I might go through that book and actually create paintings with his palettes, with his palettes. That's also a plan I have. Now I have a lot of plans. I have the human condition exhibition, I have art of painting, I have so many things that I want to do the next 30 years that I'm basically drowning. Right now I'm just trying to finish some commission works to get kind of on top after all my pain and hip replacements. And after that I will start doing that. I'm gonna do some dark parts now. You see, actually this color here are a color called blue black, but I also use a color called the ordinary black, which is of course ivory black. You also have marsh black and stuff, but I know marsh black is a little more brownish. Now blue black is a little bit more bluish. It's kind of important to not have too many colors. So if you have too many colors, it's just gonna be, you see, I blend in different blends of the different, so I can actually put it down into the reddish with the reds, and I can bring it back up again with this. I don't use that much cobalt. It's also a very expensive color actually, because it's so pure, it's so clean, and so it's a probably expensive pigments and stuff, so I'm not using that much of it right now in this painting, but I have it there. It's starting to look like something. I'm gonna soon go back to my maybe talk a little bit more. You know, if you mix some reddish into this, it kind of turns into a more reddish blue. If you mix it with yellow, it turns into green, and the different greens comes when you mix it with a different. If you have more red in it, it breaks down. And even, you know, if you wanna create a kind of brown color, you just take some blue, it's like this, and you mix that together, and then you take blue and red, and you just take some here, and you mix in, and you see you start to get the brown colors, and then you can guide it more towards a darker brown, and you can bring it back up again to a more greenish, and you can actually, that's how you would mix the different colors if you didn't have mix colors from the start, like I have different things. So that is how I do it, and I think you have to just find your own way. Also have to remember that if you have a sky that's blue and you have a cloud, the cloud will have some, if that is blue, it will have some yellow in it, it will have some orange in it, it will have some reddish in it. And if it turns more against the greenish in the background, the cloud will become more reddish. And if it's more, you know, it's a complementary okay, fuck it. Dance between the different colors. So yeah, that is how you should think. So see now. That's a little bit. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go back to showing you the painting. So yeah, okay. Hope you learned something. Okay. So you see the painting again. You see I have blocked in a little bit more. But it's a lot of stuff to do. The good thing here now is there's a lot of texture here from before. And that's where the rocks are and stuff, and they are kind of in the kind of yellowish, kind of has this ochre kind of feel to it. So I'm just gonna kind of do like this, and there's some more earthly colors, like the rose sienna, burnt sienna. See down here, small burnt sienna. As I said in the beginning, this is it's not much detail in this. It's just a lot of neons, brushwork. So, and that's the rock there, and that comes out there. Basically, there's this rock, and like this, and there's a stone coming up here. Yeah. Then of course I will start moving things around so it becomes how it is supposed to be. I'm trying. It looks like that rock here looks like it has been made by. It looks like a meteor with a lot of kind of strange holes in it. No idea why the texture is in it, but it's not much to do with it really, because it is very it's not so much detail, just have to kind of try to give it the right texture and stuff. So yeah, it's basically up here somewhere. This is the blocking, and of course it doesn't represent any finished product. I'll try to get more and more detail in as I go along, or not detail but more and more of what I see in is maybe the right way to think about it in this painting. Yeah. I need to clean the pencil, need some more medium. That's also a thing I do. I do not mix much medium into the paint, I just use it more to clean my brushes. I think I'm gonna put in some more dark. In this painting, I also use HYPERLINKS and burnt umber, and Van Dyke brown. I love the Van Dyke brown. It has this nice, very nice warmth to it that I like. I also can mix like cadmium yellow or the lemon yellow into the this is the Van Dyke brown. So if I mix some cadmium yellow into it, it kind of turns more greenish, and then I can add in some more yellow and go back up again. And you can mix and tricks, as I say, with all these colors. I can put it down again with some more blue. I can, but the thing is, you shouldn't blend too many times. They say 3 times. Blend in no more than 3 colors at the same time. I'm not a rule I follow slavishly. I just try to follow it as a principle. You don't want your colors to become dirty. You want to, even when they are going to be more transparent or dark like this, sorry. You need to keep them a little bit alive, you know, and colors that are mixed too many, many times with other colors tend to become dirty and just feel dead. It becomes what's called in Norway, we say, it's just a mush, like dirt in a bucket. You know, you throw in all the orange and throw in the greens, and you throw in black, and you throw in red, you throw in all that, and in the end it's just a horrible mush, and that is not what you're after. Yeah, so it's not that bad actually. I would like to do something with the trees here. Just put them in like this, just roughly. The branch that comes up here, and then like this, and here, straight over the tree, comes here, goes up, there's branches here, and there's one going out there, and here, like this, just to get a feel to how it's going to be in the end. It's almost like this photograph, it's almost as he's been standing there and taking a photo, but he has been moving it a little bit when he took the photo, so it kind of, you have all the details are just a little bit out of focus. But that's can be a good thing, because then you won't get that hung up in detail, and that won't drive you crazy. So that can actually be a good thing. I will use some of my round pencils. This is also Da Vinci. They're not that expensive. They come in packages with 10, maybe 7, 10, and it's not that expensive. So then you can just go in and block out like this. And everything is just an approximation now anyway. So not going to take it that serious. That is one the good thing about oil paint, that you can keep on adding things and paint over and build on them, layer upon layer, and even when you hit your skill wall, you can just keep painting, and hopefully you will be able to penetrate that skill wall and become better. There's no other way to learn how to paint than actually paint. So yeah, you can get Darren Brown to hypnotize you. If you know who Darren Brown is, he's actually a great magician that isn't a magician. If you have seen Darren Brown, it's just brilliant. He can do the most amazing things. And he's also a painter, drawer. So, it's cool. Now there's something new. Yeah. Oh. Starts to fall a little bit into place. See how dynamic the sketches are. This kind of instant gratification. It's like eating vanilla ice cream. But then, after a while, it turns into salmon and broccoli. But that's what makes it good, isn't it? It's not. Instant gratification is great, but if you want to evolve, you need to go into a place where things doesn't necessarily taste that good, but the progress is rewarding over a long period of time. Yeah. Patience. Patience. Yes. Just let things loose in the beginning. You don't need to control everything. But as I did say in the beginning, if you're not that skilled and you can't really get yourself to look into the future and see what your next move will be when the thing has actually dried up, if you can't picture that, you have to be a little bit more careful with the sketching process, because you can actually do huge mistakes that will take you eons of time to fix. You don't want to do that. Try to get it as right that you can the first time. But if you are a little bit skilled, keep it open. Don't stress. Every layer, every brushwork will bring you a little bit closer to the motif. Here's a darker. So you can just let it melt into one another. It's quite nice actually. It's kind of water colory almost. It's a very greenish, more yellowish thing here. It's like quite extreme actually. So I'm gonna try to show you. If you make this stripe here, it comes down like this and it's very, very yellow. Very yellow. And you can actually just put that in there because I'm gonna work over it anyway. It has this, it's very yellow, also has this highlight here, which I just put in, because now I'm building textures that I will work over, and since these are the most light areas, that is where I want to build most of the textures. Also remember that when you build these textures, be a little bit aware that if you do great mistakes, you have to basically work on top of them if you do mistakes, and that will affect the painting process a little bit. So yeah. As you've seen in some of my one of my small figure paintings where I have to go in with a knife and just scrape it down because it became too thick and it started to affect my painting process in a bad way. So I needed to get some more control over the surface. So it is, of course, also a good thing to plan a little bit ahead. So don't be too rigid. Just let it play out. Let it live. It's alive, it's alive. Yeah, that's way more yellowish, way deeper. It's kind of the same thing, but it's way deeper in the reflection. I can't know how it actually looked in real life, so I guess it's hard to know. It's a stone actually. I wonder where does stone go? It's here. And these coming out here. Like this a little bit, I think. Like this. So. It's funny, I could never have done this in this way. Just go in and do like this when I was young. I was very kind of meticulous, is that the right word? As you go along, you take bigger risks. There's a lot of stuff happening here that is going to be different, and yeah. So, okay, I'm just gonna turn off the camera and paint for a while. I'm gonna come back to you and show you what happened. Maybe it will be good, it will be bad. In any case, it will be something. Yeah, I also think that this slimmer goes all the way down here. So I'm going to use my round pencil to correct that. This comes way longer down. Now it's kind of too much color, and yeah, this doesn't get all the way. So this is what I will do, you know, when I let it dry after I painted it on it for a while now. And then I will of course start correcting, adjusting. Yeah. Impressionist sketch. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we are. I will start doing this. Tralali, tralala. Now, I'm just gonna, I've been doing a lot of, some painting on it, not a lot, but some painting on it since the last time, a few hours. Just gonna kind of get in some more, and then I'm gonna let it dry because it has become so wet that it's very hard actually to get the colors to stick, and that is basically what happens when you put on too much color. It's such a nice sketch though, I really like it, and yeah, it's great. It's a good feeling to do something different. I have been working so much with that one single painting this month. Oh, come on. It's probably my father. Okay, my father called and it was a long conversation as usual. It's nice to have parents that you can talk to. It's really a shame the day they're gone. But that's how life is. So, well, I'm almost done with this sketch anyway, and there's almost no more battery in my camera. So I just want to kind of show you the last brush stroke. I can't actually put in more. I went over here a little bit with my round pencil. So, and then I will use the smaller and smaller as I go along and put in more and more detail in this. I think it's going to become a very nice landscape, more painted one. Maybe a little bit impressionist. Yeah, I really enjoy these. I do have some beautiful photos I took in New York of the Freedom Tower at night. I'm going to do some very nice landscapes from them. And, the good thing about these landscapes is that it provides me a place to just play with the colors. Of course I play with colors wherever I paint, but it's more relative, it's not that hard to progress. Of course it becomes harder as I progress, but it will always be quite nice actually. Yeah. So it's funny how, as you paint, as you become a better painter, things loosens up small. And it is that fact that you can actually look into the future and predict what's going to happen. So you can actually take more freedoms, becomes less neurotic. So yeah, I really love it. Love, love, love. Here. I love these actually. Usually I use them ones that are squared, but for this actually works very well. I saw an exhibition quite a while ago with this guy who was a specialist in putting in colors with probably round pencils. It's kind of more classical, like 1800s paintings, and you kind of just put it in layer like this on top of each other. Now I've forgotten that. I can't remember the name of the artist, but I have some pictures of it on my computer on a hard drive. I can't really get into right now, but I'm gonna retrieve my stuff, so maybe I'll mention it later someday. Yeah. Some people will actually stop here, but I won't, because I'm not that kind of guy. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost impossible to put in more paint on this now. Even the old Holland paint has its limits. So I will just, what's it called, digress. just mix them together, as you can see. Yeah, I think this is turning out quite well. And here, and here, yeah. So, I think this is it. I don't really need to stretch it any more than this, but it has to. If I wanted to do a one impressionist sketch, I would have continued, but then I would have started out a little bit more controlled and worked a little bit slower. But yeah, it's fine. Okay, that will be good for now. How many times I'm going to say that? Just blend a little bit here. Okay, some reddish. Blend. See, I'm doing this and basically I try to follow the directions of the sky. Same thing here. I don't go that way. I could do that here, maybe here, different ways. But when it comes to the sea, I try to go one way. Yeah. It's more red in it. And voila! I think that is the end. So there's a little rock there. And a little bit like this. So it's kind of approximately correct. Not totally correct. It doesn't have to be. Whatever. Whatever. So, treat up. Yeah. Okay. See ya. Okay, I thought I was going to show you the first sketch. I'm just going to show you how the layers are. Maybe that's interesting for you. You can see here how I'm just knitting all the colors into one another. This is basically a impressionist style way of doing it. The yellows are a little bit too yellow on the camera, but you can see how I just let it melt into one another, how it is sketchy. And yeah, so it is what it is, I guess. See here, should have had auto zoom. So that's how it is. That's how it's done, and hope you enjoy it. And I see you in the next segment, the next layer of color. Okay. Okay, another day, another layer. I will put on my Retouching Varnis. As usual, is this one from Old Holland. Retoucher. What happens is, as you can see, that I bring the colors out. You can actually see better the textures and contrasts. So that's what I do here. Yeah, like this. La la la. So, and then I will let it dry for about 10 minutes, and then I will do glaze, and then I will paint. Yay! Okay, so here we are. I'm gonna put on my glaze and then scrape it down a little bit, and then I will start to paint. As usual, the glaze is done with French ultramarine. It can be French ultramarine light, it can be French ultramarine dunker, it can be other blue or also, but I prefer just French ultramarine. As you can see, I put this on, and it would actually now melt a little bit into the texture and canvas, and it will become a little bit sticky. So yeah. So here it is. It's always a good thing because you can actually get some colors into it. You can see the textures, and you get some warmth, and you get some oil. It all kind of comes together in a good way, I think. Try to just throw it into the Retouching Varnis. So I'm a little bit sticky, hopefully. Now with enough oil. And then I will scrape it down a little bit, so you can put away the excess oil. I think that is very, very important. So there is some oil here, as you can see. The thing is that it falls into the cracks, and I don't know if you can see it on that distance. I can zoom a little bit in so I might can see better how it is now. and you can actually see when I do like this. The color just kind of falling into all the cracks and creates this nice texture to work with. I love it that way. It's a great way of doing it. So I'm going to start painting soon. So okay, I've done some more work. And I think I've gotten a little bit further. I like this wet and wet now because I can, there's very thick colors, so I can just kind of add in more and make them melt together, as I've been talking about in other videos also, like butter. Just to make them this opaque kind of because this is very dissolved, so I need to basically keep it very open, and the wet and wet technique is then extremely useful. So yeah. So, as you can see, just keep it open, let things shine through. And I will go in with a smaller pencil later. I have this other one here, round one, this one smaller, and it's just to, you know, put color in between, like this. And then just go back and forth with it until it starts looking like the subject I'm painting. Kind of seem a little bit natural. You can also use the back of your pencil to do that. So, kind of starting to like the silence when I paint. If I want to do that, play some low music, I used to try to find that love, that deepity, and yeah. What's it called in deepity? I was that old guy, atheist. Anyway. But what you have to do is just try to find that deep, deep, deep love. I call it love. It is a deep love when you paint, when you really get into it. It's a sense of purpose. Just going to focus a little bit more because I'm going to paint more on the trees there. Down here. And they're more greenish, so there's a lot of issues in the painting. So just going to work myself slowly that way. There are no details here, so there's no use to try to, as I said in one of the segments, that don't add details that isn't there. It's totally pointless. You're just going to screw it up. That is also one of the things I tell people not to do. So, yeah. Suwannee River. So, The problem with me is that I kind of, my brain is like any other's brain, and I tend not to want to accept the opaqueness of this. It wants it to be more detailed, but there isn't, and I just have to accept that. I'm going to try and stop doing here. Some reddish. Okay, and I'm going to do some here. Start to build the water up again. It's kind of nice when it is, you see the brushwork and stuff here, but it's not where I'm going. I need to get some more overpaints to give it some. It's so lovely, but it's not good enough. It's too easy to stop there. So I just need to break it down. And this is called killing your darlings, because all this nice brushwork there is now painted over, and I never get it back. But what I do get after doing this a couple, 2 or 3 times, is I get more substance and more, becomes more whole as a painting. So, yeah. So what's the purpose in life? For now it's going to be getting up in the morning and paint, and finish all my unfinished business. That's going to be my goal. I mean, all the noise, all the news, all the noise, all this horrible things that is happening, you know, with this thing in America, and you know, the left is ruining the country. People are biased to a level of insanity. It's just nuts. It's crazy. It's so sad. Crazy and sad. Yes. almost green because I'm mixing the blue and reddish together. Then this will lie underneath, and when I add more colors I just turn it against the bluish again, and then I add in more red. Okay, like that. See, I'm also working in directions. So, yeah. I have a fly in my room. Anyway, that's what I'm doing. That's one. So, film a little bit more in a little while. So, yay! Now you see how it forms. Tomorrow I'm gonna do more here. I'm gonna start working down. I'm not gonna. Usually I let it dry for a couple of days or something, maybe even more, before I paint over again. But this one, I'm gonna try to keep it wet as long as possible, and just go in with, as I said, wet in wet to get that opaque feeling that I'm after. I don't like killing anything. I don't like killing flies. I don't like. Oh, this fly is kind of going on my nerves now. Anyway. So. Okay. So, I was actually thinking now. I have a lot to think about, so maybe you like the sound of my pencil, not just my voice. Sometimes it's good to shut up a little bit and just paint. Just get into the flow. Painting is perfect for focusing thoughts. If you have some issues, painting is probably the perfect thing. So, yeah. Everything is kind of sketchy here. The foreground is quite sketchy. There's a big rock here. It's kind of yellowish something with some holes in it. So it goes up like this. Here. This. Quite tired now, so I think I'm gonna call it, try to get some sleep, and start painting tomorrow. Yeah. Just trying to place things for tomorrow. So I think I want to just kind of leave it at this. And just keep painting. I think it's starting to kind of come alive a little bit. Yeah. Okay. See ya. Okay, here we are, and I've been working more around the whole thing, as you can see. Then I have to start to adjust this a little bit, and as usual I've done some mistakes that I have to correct. And the way I do that is just basically to paint over it. And this is what happens when you don't use a projector. You have to be careful not to do too many mistakes, and just try to get it right. So paint over this and over this like this, because there's a longer distance between this and this, maybe even going further down here. But what I will do first is to basically, what it is actually, in a way, it's sketching for the second time, and yeah, all the way here, here, out like this, here, so. So, yeah. This is gonna just approximately. Then I have to shape all these branches. You know, every branch has to follow the laws of nature. And it's very important to get the proportions right. Yeah, it's quite cool up there actually. As you can see here, it's more in between the leaves here. And, yeah. Okay. To see this compared to this one. And it's kind of a hanging thing stuff from this. Kind of a strange thing. And I need to keep this opaqueness, or whatever it's called. Yeah. So, dissolved. This one is gone. You go out here. Then there's something there. Yeah. See now. It's a bigger distance here too, so. That is when you get kind of manic, and it can be a good thing to use a mirror. You just hold up a mirror, you look at the main motif, and you compare the photo and that motif. So that was my computer. Now just be cap here. This is also how, when I have to correct like this is what over time gives my paintings more substance and more paintedness. That's exactly what Turner did. You kind of, the process isn't that controlled, and you correct things over and over again, and the painting becomes deeper. If you only do a few sketches, you get a nice effect, but you won't get substance. And as you saw in the beginning, the first sketch was quite nice, and that is a problem because I have to tear down all that sweetness to get further and deeper into it. So, yeah. Here's two. It's kind of an impressionist way of painting. And I will go as I go deeper and try to close the distance between the real motif and what I'm doing. My pencils and my brushwork become more and more focused, and I will get closer and closer to the motif. I have this big landscape on my YouTube channel. If you scroll down, I'm painting a big painting, quite impressionist, and evening lights, and you can actually see more of the process there. It will become a mess for a while because I have to paint over and the colors get not that clean. But then next layer, I get a little bit closer, and then next layer again, I close the distance even more, and in the end, boom, I'm okay. Yeah, you can see these are closer, higher up here. So difficult to see it now. This one goes up here, and here. It's this one. Here. This one should be a little bit smaller. I'll use my mirror. And it doesn't look that bad, actually. So I'm just going to keep doing it. The thing that happens when you use a mirror is that you when you paint, you are extremely subjective. But when you get that mirror, things becomes a little bit more objective. So. So now you know do some painting around it, clean it up a little bit. I like to use these, also these squared pencils very much. It's very dangerous to, if you stop painting for a while, it's kind of like you're fumbling more and you start up again. It's not that I have such a long pause, but especially when I had my arthritis pain, painting became more difficult because my pain. And that made the task a little bit more difficult when I really start all up again. But it's also basically when you have taught yourself to paint, gotten over a certain skill set. It's kind of like driving or riding a bike. You will get very fast into it again when you start up. So it's not that it will be lost because you know how to use the pencils and the neurons in your head is wired. Some of the neurons, of course, are gone. Some of the connections, but they are more easily reconnected again. It's almost like a inherent memory. It's like when you train, you exercise for many years. The muscle growth becomes, you can stop training for a while, you lose some muscle, but when you start training again, the body knows exactly what to do to start building muscle again. And I actually noticed that after this coronavirus, because I didn't train that much during the corona lockdown. I did maybe one or twice a week, and mostly body weight training, and I lost some muscle. And last week I started up again in the gym, this week actually, and it took just a couple of training sessions to see my body just reacting spontaneously to the training, to the stimuli. And that is because there is some kind of inherent epigenetic thing going on. And the same thing happens with other skills like painting and stuff like that. It's almost like your brain gets wired to a certain type of problem, and when you start doing it again, it kind of inherently remembers what you used to do, and the way back to it is way shorter than the way to becoming a relatively good painter the first time. So yeah. But also remember, if you are a painter and you stop, I've noticed that a lot of people tell me, oh, I used to paint, but I kind of lost it in a way, and they never got back into it. They ask me what to do to get back into it, and I just say paint. But almost like in the beginning then, when you start painting again, there is some pain to it. It's almost like you're struggling, and the struggle isn't that deep flow that you can get when you go into this deepity, as I say, deep flow. So the body and the brain will actually experience the painting more like pain than something good, and it can actually stress you out. You get more cortisol because you can't really get it right, but it will pass very quickly if you just keep on doing the pile-on for a few weeks or for a few days, and boom, you will be back into flow when you least expect it. Now, this painting thing is basically my lifeline, and it's crazy to say so, but when you have painted for so many years, and my whole life is basically circling around brushwork. It's silly to say so, but it's kind of true. Or the flow I get. It's almost like there is no meaning in my life if I don't do something creative. I can actually write and do other creative stuff, but it's kind of this that is the you know, the foundation, the flow. This flow, the painting flow, is then the foundation for everything I am. And the more I do it, the more I connect with it, the happier I am. The more hours I use behind the canvas with a brush, the better I feel, the happier I am, the less distracted I am. I never feel alone when I'm painting. It's almost like there's almost like two people in the room when I'm painting. It is the one who paints, and you have this spectator that is in flow and are watching the brushwork, kind of getting into the paint, and my thoughts are just wandering off into all kinds of thinking and philosophy and everything. That is why my talking is so. We can start with painting, and then suddenly I talk about something totally different. It's because the brushwork are bringing out the most creative parts of my brain, and also it stimulates deeper thinking. So yeah, there is a reason why there is such a thing as painting therapy. People who are depressed can actually do painting, and they can feel way better. So yeah. Mm-hmm. As I always say, it's like dancing, you know, you just feel so connected. And as I say, it's almost like two people are dancing. I'm not dancing alone, I'm dancing it's almost like hippocampus and my more conscious mind are on at the same time. The pleasure center, the go center, and the center in the brain that, or the centers, or the dance between neurons who give me a sense of introspection and thinking. that actually is what is happening. Okay. Gonna do some more painting. Here was 20 minutes of philosophy from yours truly. Okay. So I'm gonna do a light glaze as usual. I have already put on the Retouching Varnis, so I'm just gonna do a glaze here with my French ultramarine and crablak or alsadine, and we'll do that, and then I will try to work towards them through the whole night and see if I can actually finish this today. It's going to be probably, I won't make it, but I will try, because I really need to move on in a way. As you can see, it's now going into the colors and giving it this a better depth, and I will scrape away some of the colors also, so that it becomes more here. The thing is that it's a good way to get some fresh colors into the surface. I basically paint over it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But that's a way that I prefer to get a fresh start between layers, and this will be, I guess, the last time I go over the whole thing with the Retouching Varnis, as it's called. Yeah. So, see how the color just goes into the surface and becomes a part of the painting. And I'll also take this and scrape away. Like this. Some people would actually think that this was good enough, you know. It is a bigger challenge. So yeah. So will I was actually wondering about beginning there, but I will start here again as I usually do, and just start with the light, the yellow here. With my glasses actually. Different glasses. So much easier for me to see. You can also use the back. If you ever go to, if you live in New York, I would actually go to, if you want to see these things that I just did, I think personally, I think this is what people like Turner did over and over again. When you look at his surfaces, it seems to me that this is what he did. Of course I can't be sure, but when I look at Turner's painting, if you go to the Frick collection, you see some of the, in Central Park, you see some of the best paintings of Turner hanging there. At least they were there when I was there. Maybe they was just lending them from England or something like that, but you can learn a lot by looking at those paintings. And yeah, today I will be careful. I'm not going to put on these very thick layers because there's enough paint on this. I will just try to enhance the light and use a small pencil and just go deep and slow. Maybe I should put on some classical music, some Beethoven maybe, and just paint. And then I will go into that deep flow, the deep dance, as I call it. There's one here. This. Now the colors now will mix in with the colors I put in. Since the color I do the glaze with usually is the, for some reason that is what I like to do. It is the Krablak and the French Ultramarine. Dunker or light, it doesn't really matter. But I use the deep or dunker for the glaze. And it gives me the blue and red. So when I paint now, there's already both red and bluish on the surface. So when I paint over, if I use then more red, I get very easy access to the red in the glaze. And if I put on some blue, I get an easy access to more blue. But I also keep both colors in the same thing, which also, of course, makes it richer and easier. You know, you have to build your own techniques as a painter. I think it's hard to teach people the touch. The touch you have to learn from experience, and the small things you figure out, like what I said now, is things you have to figure out for yourself. And get better that way. Yeah. This becomes some kind of a micro, what they call it, micro impressionism. Also because this painting is very kind of opaque. It's very dissolved. And it's not even everywhere I will paint over it. I will maybe just keep the glaze on top of and scrape it out like this and go back and forth like that. So yeah. So some stuff hanging from the trees here. No idea what it is. Kind of moss or something. Maybe I should ask Kyle what that is, because it's his photo. So I think it's some kind of moss something. But I don't know. So I'm just guessing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Even a small painting like this demands quite a lot of work. You start in the beginning and it seems like, oh, this goes so fast, and then you just acknowledge in the end that this will also take time. A lot of time, actually. Okay, I guess you have understood what I'm saying here. I'm just going to turn off the camera. And yeah. Maybe I'll make a painting flow to some longer painting flow actually about it, to some Marcus Aurelius or something. I don't know, maybe I'll do that. That is also what I'm going to do. I'm going to start making painting flows to the channel where I listen to books, lectures and things that I find important. So you can actually watch me paint while I listen to highly intelligent people talking about highly intelligent topics like philosophy, science and other. Okay. This one is just totally wrong. Way too long. Why did I miss so much? You know, I should stick with it exactly as it is, try to get as close to how it is in reality as humanly possible. That way, because I'm quite I will call myself quite manic when it comes to getting things right. But I don't use any projector or any tracing. So it's a strange combination. I don't use tracing, but I'm kind of manic when it comes to getting things right. But I don't want to cheat. So I just have to accept the fact that I sometimes really screw up. And yeah. This is going to be nice really, because I'm going to do a lot of back and forth painting like this into kind of a micro, this micro clear impressionism. And it's going to make it very interesting. Down here it's a little bit brighter, a bit more blue. Okay. See here, I'm using a scrabble. That way, I kind of keep it a little bit open. Because you don't want the surface to get stuffed. It's really bad when paintings get stuffed. Stuffing, it seems fake, it seems very rigid, and as we know, nature is very sublime and open. The nuances are kind of gliding into one another, and what's also important is that you find all the different colors in every surface, but you find kind of a little bit more of some colors, less of others, but spread out you find the same colors in the whole thing. So keep that in mind, it's very important. Okay, yeah, I will just keep painting. Okay, see ya. So, here we are. Been working for a while, as you can see, and I have to do that tree thing. It's going to be difficult. So I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to go down a little bit, and I'm going to zoom in, so you can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, something like this maybe, and I will work with that tree there. Now I can't go into, I can't paint every leaf or every, because also it's very opaque, it's not much detail, so what I need to do is to create an impression of leaves and not the leaves themselves. Also I have to get the light to come through, so yeah, that is what I will do. I'll just start with shaking it up a little bit, and I will then just make it. I want to remove most of the lines in a way, not lines, but most of the shall we see, sharp edges. Removing sharp edges and sharpness of the sketch has to go, and has to be basically replaced by something pixelated and dissolved, just shadows and shapes and points of light in a more, shall we say, impressionist way. Just go over this. There's a lot of points of light in between, and I need to. And everything in nature is due to the laws of nature. So you can't really get anything that deviates from that. So to get this to look a little bit real, I have to basically follow the laws of nature, the shapes and stuff like that. Not an easy task, but very much worth it when you actually manage to break through and give it that natural feel. It was way too dark. So, see, I'm just touching it, just trying to shake it up, no details, just let it melt to one another. So that's the way. I have so much to do, it's almost like I don't know where to start actually. So much to do. But what do you do when you have a lot to do? Well, you just have to do it, and you have to just keep on painting and banging on, and slowly, meticulously just get things done. And at some point I will get ahead, and I will go back to doing new paintings, new projects and stuff. So yeah, never fall behind. It's so important. Okay, here too, just get it. Now this is just a start, and so, okay, this one. there are points of light. Points of light in, you know, kind of inside. You know, you find these things here, and these dissolve a little bit, and like this, and this. Inside here there are lights coming through, and that's what I do now. I just first I do a surface, and then I go and just put in points of light, and then I go over that again with a brush, and I add in more darkness, and it's kind of a micro impressionist thing. I put in more and more brushwork in on top of it, inside it, and just keep building and building and building until you get that natural look, and that's how I do it. I find red, I find green, I find all colors, you know, in here, and the sun is kind of shining on some branches here, and some on there too, and this is the way I get, in a way, the colors into this. Here, like this branch here is quite reddish actually in real time, and so the different colors are, and that is the thing with the impressionist painting, the different colors are spread out into many different places. Yeah. So, yes. See that? It becomes more natural. Never try to don't try to make these leaves, if you do something like this, to make them look like leaves. Just paint the impression of them, trying to, as I say, follow the laws of nature, the golden snit, or all the mathematical, you know, every tree, every brush, everything in nature is growing in a certain pattern. Every cloud, even if even if there's a cloud in space, you know, these gas clouds where all the stars are created, nebulas, you will find the same shapes and same colors as in the clouds on Earth. It's the same thing again and again and again. And you have to follow the rules. You paint. Of course you can choose to break the rules and use them creatively. You can also enhance certain shapes just for fun. This can be fun, just you see a shape somewhere and you just tweak it a little bit to make it stronger, or add in some irony or some symbolism. But that is a different process. That is kind of a, if you're going to try to paint something naturalistic, you have to stick with the rules of nature. Okay, I guess I've explained it, so we'll just keep on painting. I'll show you again later. So, yep. And I think it has become a little bit more natural. Now I'm back to this small pencil. And I am going in and just touching up in between. Just have to find certain places where the sky will be seen through. Yeah. Some there. And I just need to also push it down a little bit. There. Now, as you can see, there are it's really difficult, you know. There's so many things happening in it. It becomes a little bit manic when I paint this. Okay, that's good. Goes a little bit deeper down here and a little bit more in there. Then I use the background of the pencil just to shake it up a little bit, and it kind of becomes a little bit brunchy, and yeah, everything just is almost in a way. There are also some here, and here. The good thing here is to paint a little bit wet and wet, so the colors are kind of being mixed a little bit together. There's not supposed to be any lines or any concrete details, but only impressions. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So here. So now you get this more natural feel to it. But it also doesn't, I can't have too many of these spots, because if you have too many, it starts to become a little bit confusing, and it kind of loses its potency. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. So. It's a little bit higher here. And there's some reddish here in between. Goes all the way over to this one. You know, the light from this is kind of shining through the leaves and leave me with some reddish. And yeah. But I can see it starts to become more natural. And it's a very good feeling. Just have it come. And just like this. Here. Gonna be some reddish in it too. Has to be some reddish in it. Or orange or something. So. So. Yes. Mm-hmm. Kind of seems a little bit nice now. Yes, there's some here. Oh, so much happening. Trying to see. I was actually going to work more all over the place, but I've spent quite a while here now, and so I just have to get used to that. It kind of looks quite natural now. And that's good. Yeah, actually seems like seems like a tree. That's wrong, because this one is coming out here, here. Not that it matters that much, but yeah, okay. No. it's like this. It goes all the way here. What that one? That, okay, that's better. Well, you get the point, I guess. Yeah, I think that's quite nice, to be honest. Okay, see you in the rest of the video, rest of the painting, I mean. This is how it looks now. So, yeah. Okay, here we are. I think I want to try to do the last layer today. Hopefully I will manage to. I've been working with the sky and all these branches in here, and it became quite nice. So I'm going to try to do the rest now. And I'll just start with putting in some darkness today, not light actually. Because I painted over this. Now the whole thing here is so opaque and so dissolved that I have to paint it dissolved. I've been saying that for many times in this video, so don't expect any great super duper details, because that's not what it is about. Just have to figure out a way to paint the impressions of it. Now, you know, in the beginning I did this sketching with Gesso. Of course you can't see that now, but of course it is deep underneath all the other layers, and it shines through. So it has its purpose. Of course in a more figurative, if you paint a human being, paint a portrait, you can do the same thing, but then you have to be way more careful so you don't screw it up and put the textures in the wrong spots. It's quite important. So yeah. Okay. It's funny, every day I'm fighting this battle to get started. And every time I get started, I'm in heaven after 2 seconds. So strange how it is so difficult to get started. And then, despite knowing that's better than food, it's better than drink, it's better than porn, it's better than training, it's better than everything. Now I hate porn, but just, you know, the short buzz is nothing compared to the long hours of painting, the deep, deep, deep connection I get with myself. It's so important. And I can feel it instantly when I start painting. There's not a delay. I can just, okay, it takes a while to get deep in. And when I make videos, it is a little bit harder when I'm talking to you. It is a little bit harder to get into flow because I kind of stay in the conscious when I'm painting. But a good thing about the language center in the brain, and the motor skills is that they are two different parts of the brain, and they don't really collide that much. So it would be way more difficult if you try to write and listen to maybe an audiobook at the same time. It's just totally impossible because of the conflict in the brain. So yeah, what was that? I have no idea. Let's see. So there's some shine in the water. The Pawnee River in the United States of America. My beloved United States of America. Yeah. Kyle, Mr. Painter Kyle, sent me this. Asked me if I could paint it. I actually think he's painting these things better than me, so yeah. But it's a good thing, you know. I think I learned some skills from it, and that's great. And but he's a good painter. He kind of specializes in landscapes. Okay, I think I should be careful about one thing, and that is he tends to be a little safe. So Cal, if you're listening, which you probably will, now when you have started to sell some paintings and stuff, try to go a little bit more out on the deep end, and maybe push a little bit further into the kind of Turnerish thing. Just experiment. Don't get hooked on earning money and stuff, because it can stop the development of getting even better. But he's good, so that's great. You are good already. But push further. Try to add more textures, more overpaints, and take a little bit more chances. That would be my advice. That would actually be my advice to any artist, actually, to go out of your comfort zone and basically kill your darlings a few more times before you say it's finished. And it's quite a neurotic place to come to, you know, when you have to destroy stuff and you don't really know where to go. It's one of the big fears, you know. You don't want to feel like you can't handle it, but it is actually what you have to do. You have to get to that point where you can't really handle it anymore to make your painting skills better. Doing the same thing over and over and over again. You know, I'm painting. David Kazan and a few other painters, I can see they are also doing the same thing over and over again, but the skill set, they're always pushing, kind of pushing on. David maybe have found his way, and he keeps it in the safe zone of what his skill set are, which is amazing. He has an amazing skill set. But I can see he's doing the textures and having this recipe of how he actually paints his portraits and stuff. It's brilliantly done, way better than I will ever hope to become, technically. But it kind of suffers a little bit in the painted department. I wish it was. Even he could take some more chances and go a little bit more Rembrandt, to be honest. It's almost something, sometimes I feel, not that I'm calling anyone a sociopath, but I almost feel like something narcissistic or sociopathic over a painter who never dares to go beyond his comfort zone and always stays within the frame of what he can handle. So, you know, when I'm painting, I'm just putting on paint, see what happens, and then I put on more paint, or I remove some paint, and it is a very fluid and lively process. At least that is how I see it. And also been told that my paintings are very full of life and stuff. It doesn't mean that they are good, so as in an objective sense, but at least they reflect my personality and my struggles. So yeah, don't be too safe. Then you have this German guy, which I always forget the name of, that hyper-realist, and he has gone beyond basically everything that is kind of ridiculous to even try to understand what he's doing, because he is the difficulty of what he's doing is just amazing. So he paints these huge woman figures in water. He's on Instagram. I mentioned it in a different video, probably in this one too. So, but he has a skill set that is just. He also goes beyond, basically, goes further than David does. So, but for my part, the goal with my paintings are basically somewhere between Rembrandt and Vermeer, with more impressionist colors and clean colors, or not clear colors, but kind of coming to a point where my paintings are both painted and a little bit rational at the same time. So yeah, that is why I paint. So now you know. See you later. Okay, so I'm just working around trying to fuse all the colors together, try to get things to, shall we say, almost become finished. It's really hard, actually. It's harder than I thought, and that is a problem, because when I really start to get into it, there's always a little bit more to do. There's always this small, tiny color, like in this rock, you know, it's like, oh, so many colors, and I start to build more and more, and then I go too far, and then I have to move it back and do it over again, and it's kind of a nightmarish situation. actually for once played some Beethoven while I was painting. I was actually wondering doing a music. I think I want to start doing that with the next paintings. Every painting, I take a piece of music that I love. It can be Rachmaninoff, it can be Beethoven, it can be anything, and I make a flow, a painting flow to music. Now, of course, you get into some copyright issues and stuff. Usually, they let you use the music. If you are monetized, they let you use the music, and income goes to the people who have made the music. I think is basically great, because then we can both get kind of what we want. I mean, if somebody used my paintings as a reference point in one of their own videos, and they took some of my footage to explain something, or I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at all. Even if they earn some money on it, I wouldn't mind that, because it would be great if they had actually said which music or which painter it is and stuff like that, because then people can get to know about my work. But okay, if they made a channel and they stole all my videos and they kind of posted them in my name, that would be a different story, of course. So yeah, that would not be nice, but fair use, no problem. So, I just love listening to piano music. Every time I listen to piano music, I really feel like I want to learn to play the piano, because it is so, I mean, piano music and painting, I feel it's the same thing. It's conducting. When I get into my flow, it's almost like I can understand, I can empathize with the person who made the music. I also noticed that Beethoven, and especially Beethoven, I think we might have had the same type of personality. I feel, I might be wrong, of course, I don't know, but I almost feel some kind of kinship to Beethoven, because when I listen to his music, it's almost like I'm listening to my own mind. It is basically how I would make music. Dramatic, but not cliche. I also like Mozart very much. I'm not really that into Bach. He's too dancey in a way. He's too just jumping around. I do love Rachmaninoff second and third piano concert to orchestra. I really love that, because he's kind of playing around with cliche and kind of plays around with your head. He goes from the very abstract to the very almost cliche-like beautiful. Beethoven is more raw. Mozart is more playful, but also you can hear the sadness and the struggle within his music. At the same time, that is very playful. So yeah, I have been studying a lot of the worst bad shit It happened to people that people have done in history. I've seen things that are horrible, read things that are horrible. And I wondered when I was listening to piano music today, I wonder, does a psychopath feel the same thing as me when I listen to the music? Do they feel that empathy? Do they understand? Do they really understand this beautiful, the state of beauty? Do they really understand it? I don't know. Do they? Is there anyone who knows that? Because I remember when I saw the Silence of the Lambs, you know, the typical cliche like psychopath. I don't even think a psychopath like that can even exist, because if you're that smart, you will evolve some introspection that will stop you in doing these things. You will actually evolve some kind of empathy, because you see all the different psychopaths, and like Ted Bundy and Dahmer and these people, they were totally out of control. They weren't intellectuals. They were narcissists, but they didn't really have a deep introspection. There wasn't a deep sense of self, a sense of others. So I wonder if psychopath actually is able to connect with true art, or if that part of their human nature is blocked because of the lack of sympathy and empathy. And they have empathy, but not that kind of, or maybe sympathy, or no. Actually, when you connect with music or art, it is empathy. It is. I think it's the empathy part that actually connects with it. And I wondered if the psychopath actually felt. I'm going to try to find some information about that. Because so painting and listening to Beethoven sent me deep into these thoughts when I was painting today. Do the psychopaths feel the same thing as me when he hears beautiful music or see beautiful art? I don't think so, because if they did, they wouldn't do the horrible things that they do. I don't think they could actually, shall we say, they couldn't actually feel it, you know. I mean, if you start crying like me, well, I wasn't crying, but I was at New York Frick Museum and was looking at Turner and Vermeer and stuff, and I just felt this unbelievable feeling. I remember a girl many years ago. I painted a girl called Lena. She sadly died from melanoma skin cancer. Such a sad story. 27 years old. She was a model for me. But I painted a huge painting of her, and I had this after party in my studio, and there was a girl there that saw this painting when I was actually working on it, and she started crying, and I said, "Why do you cry?" And she was just stunned by the beauty of the colors and stuff, and I never forgot it, you know, that a painting of me could actually have that effect on that girl, that she actually started to cry. Never forgotten it. Now, so many years ago, it was over 20, almost 20 years ago. It's crazy. Anyway, so that was today's thinking. But I'm going to try to find some information if actually sociopaths and psychopaths are able to really connect with deep emotion. I don't know, maybe we can, but I doubt it. I really doubt it, because they will then stop doing bad stuff. If you can connect with deep music, deep connection to other people's beautiful work, you will feel such an awe, such a beautiful feeling that you just can't, you won't be able to destroy human beings if you really understand the depth of deep art. So, yeah. Anyway, that was a strange rant, but hope you got something out of it. Hey. Hopefully I will be finished. Okay, so I'm just working around, trying to fuse all the colors together, try to get things to, shall we say, almost become finished. It's really hard, actually. It's harder than I thought, and that is a problem, because when I really start to get into it, there's always a little bit more to do. There's always this small, tiny color, like in this rock, you know, it's like, oh, so many colors, and I start to build more and more, and then I go too far, and then I have to move it back and do it over again, and it's kind of a nightmarish situation. Actually, for once played some Beethoven while I was painting. I was actually wondering doing a music. I think I'm going to start doing that with the next paintings. Every painting, I take a piece of music that I love. It can be Rachmaninoff, it can be Beethoven, it can be anything, and I make a flow, painting flow to music. Now, of course, you get into some copyright issues and stuff. Usually, they let you use the music. If you are monetized, they let you use the music, and income goes to the people who made the music. I think it's basically great, because then we can both get kind of what we want. I mean, if somebody used my paintings as a reference point in one of their own videos, and they took some of my footage to explain something, or I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at all. Even if they earned some money on it, I wouldn't mind that, because it would be great if they had actually said which music or which painter it is and stuff like that, because then people can get to know about my work. But okay, if they made a channel and they stole all my videos and they kind of posted them in my name, that would be a different story, of course. So yeah, that would not be nice, but fair use, no problem. So, I just love listening to piano music. Every time I listen to piano music, I really feel like I want to learn to play the piano, because it is so, I mean, piano music and painting, I feel it's the same thing. It's kind of, it's conducting. When I get into my flow, it's almost like I can understand, I can empathize with the person who made the music. I also noticed that Beethoven, and especially Beethoven, I think we might have had the same type of personality. I feel, I might be wrong, of course I don't know, but I almost feel some kind of kinship to Beethoven, because when I listen to his music, it's almost like I'm listening to my own mind. It is basically how I would make music. Dramatic, but not cliche. I also like Mozart very much. I'm not really that into Bach. He's too dancey in a way. He's too just jumping around. I do love Rachmaninoff second and third piano concert to orchestra. I really love that because he's kind of playing around with cliche and kind of plays around with your head. He goes from the very abstract to the very almost cliche-like beautiful. Beethoven is more raw. Mozart is more playful, but also you can hear the sadness and the struggle within his music at the same time that is very playful. So yeah, I have been studying a lot of the worst bad shit that happened to people, that people have done in history. I've seen things that are horrible, read things that are horrible, and I wondered when I was listening to piano music today, I wonder, does a psychopath feel the same thing as me when I listen to the music? Do they feel that empathy? Do they understand? Do they really understand this beautiful, the state of beauty? Do they really understand it? I don't know. Do they? Is there anyone who knows that? Because I remember when I saw the Silence of the Lambs, the typical cliche like psychopath. I don't even think a psychopath like that can even exist, because if you are that smart, you will evolve some introspection that will stop you in doing these things. You will actually evolve some kind of empathy, because you see all the different psychopaths, and like Ted Bundy and Dahmer and these people, they were totally out of control. They weren't intellectuals. They were narcissists, but they didn't really have a deep introspection. There wasn't a deep sense of self, a sense of others. So I wonder if psychopath actually is able to connect with true art, or if that part of their human nature is blocked because of the lack of sympathy and empathy. And they have empathy, but not that kind of, or maybe sympathy, or no. Actually, when you connect with music or art, it is empathy. It is. I think it's the empathy part that actually connects with it. And I wonder if the psychopath actually feels. I'm going to try to find some information about that. Because painting and listening to Beethoven sent me deep into these thoughts when I was painting today. Do the psychopath feel the same thing as me when he hears beautiful music or see beautiful art? I don't think so, because if they did, they wouldn't do the horrible things that they do. I don't think they could actually, shall we say, they couldn't actually feel it, you know. I mean, if you start crying like me, well, I wasn't crying, but I was at New York Frick Museum and was looking at Turner and Vermeer and stuff, and I just felt this unbelievable feeling. I remember a girl many years ago. I painted a girl called Lena. She sadly died from melanoma, skin cancer. Such a sad story. 27 years old. She was a model for me. But I painted a huge painting of her, and I had this after party in my studio, and there was a girl there that saw this painting when I was actually working on it, and she started crying, and I said, "Why do you cry?" And she was just stunned by the beauty of the colors and stuff, and I never forgot it, you know, that a painting of me could actually have that effect on that girl, that she actually started to cry. Never forgotten it. So many years ago, it was over 20, almost 20 years ago. It's crazy. Anyway, so that was today's thinking. But I'm going to try to find some information if actually sociopaths and psychopaths are able to really connect with deep emotion. I don't know. Maybe we can. But I doubt it. I really doubt it. Because they will then stop doing bad stuff. If you can connect with deep music, deep connection to other people's beautiful work, you will feel such an awe, such a beautiful feeling that you just can't, you won't be able to destroy human beings if you really understand the depth of deep art. So, yeah. Anyway, that was a strange rant, but hope you got something out of it. Hey. Hopefully I will be finished. Okay. Just going to show you what I do when I work with some of the sea here. The river, the Bonny River, yes. I am kind of working that way. Not kind of, I am actually working that way. I'm trying also to, I'm not trying, this is approximately shit. No, that was wrong. Okay. Anyway, I'm working with all these. I have this round pen. No, it's not that one. Is it this one, or is it? Yeah. Okay, I have this round pencil. It's quite round. And what I do is I take some color and I think like an impressionist. And I try to do like this. I You know, when you do water, try to follow the way. You don't do much of this, because that would not follow the physics of the water. It would be much easier to kind of reach some kind of feeling of reality if you try to follow the way water will actually flow. That is exactly what I'm going to do. So I want to show you that. Like this, yes. And you have to think that the sky will be reflected in the water. I want to actually have that exact same tone, but it will be a little bit darker, toned down, but approximately the same thing. So, and here maybe some green because of the leaves. Kind of dissolves a little bit. Kind of dissolves up here. It also needs to dissolve in the water. So it's kind of a playful thing. As I said in a segment before, I have been working now for many hours, and I have had this deep flow because I've been playing Beethoven for hours, piano, and it's just such a beautiful feeling. The connection. You know, just think about this. This person lived hundreds of years ago, and he sends his thoughts and feelings over time. The same thing as Rembrandt. He sends it. His thoughts are in the music, his brain, you can hear his brain. And it's kind of the same thing with painting and art too. It is a way for a person to actually send his brain, his subjectivity, his choices, and send it over time to the generations. And it is a form of language. It's a very abstract language, and it don't have to be an abstract painting to be an abstract language. The language is universal. It is the subjectivity in the brushwork and the choices the artists are making. That is where you find the artist. And that is why I always say to people, when you go to a museum and you look at art, or you listen to music, good music, try to connect with his touch, also in music and in this, and you just find yourself. You find yourself connecting with both yourself and the person that made it, and humanity in general. So, yeah. The viciousness of humans. I was listening to this small documentary about a cannibal island in the old Soviet Union. They sent a bunch of prisoners to an island without any food and without anything, and they started to eat each other. And in the end, they were tying women and tying people to trees and just carving off the meat when it was still alive. The viciousness of human nature. When we turn to, I mean, just doing that, not even killing them, you wouldn't do it to an animal. You wouldn't tie a pig to a tree and then start carving off the meat from its bones before it was dead. For heaven's sake. And they did it to human beings. And here I am standing here painting paintings and listening to Beethoven, who is sending his beautiful thoughts and beautiful, everything beautiful into my ears, and at the same time people are doing the cruelest things to one another. You can actually see the same thing when you see the demonstrations in the United States now, how vicious people actually get when they come together in these groups, like the Antifa and parts of the Black Lives Matter people. They would turn into demons faster than your head would spin. They would kill people in the streets with no regard for anything because of the group mentality and the bloodlust and everything. And that is what I stand here thinking about when I'm painting this and listening to Beethoven, and I realize how beautiful we are. The beauty, the extreme beauty of being human, and then the extreme viciousness. It's so extreme. Everybody believes that, the most horrible mass murderers are the worst people. But I mean, go into history. Look at what dictators have done. It makes these mass murderers just kind of weird because there was alone about it. But I mean, look at what emperors of Rome did, and Saddam Hussein did, Idi Amin, all these people, all these murderers. And for what? As Carl Sagan say, for a short blip of power, whereas as Marcus Aurelius absorbed in Rome, the nihilism, the horrible treatment of fellow human beings, both slaves and everything. No, we humans have the potential of magnificent beauty and total destruction, and we should do our best to become the best and to give something to humanity with the short life we have, to leave something that matters a little bit, that makes the world a little bit better. That is what we should do. Make the world a little bit better, tiny bit. And if you do something wrong, if you have done something wrong, try to fix it. And if you can't fix it, use the rest of your life to do something that is so good that you can shift the scale towards something beautiful. And you will feel also great while doing it. I'm sorry for these rants. I was actually going to only talk about painting in this segment, and then I rant about these psychopaths. But I've been thinking a lot about these things lately because I'm also planning a huge thing called that's going to be about like the human condition, and I'm just studying everything human, history, people, psychology, myself, which I'm a very strange thing actually. Kind of strange abnormally. Okay. Anyway, I'll do my best to make the world a better place for the rest of my life. And contribute. If I can become half as good as I hoped, I would have made something, some contribution for humanity. I was a horseman. Human beings should be ashamed to die before he has won a victory for humanity. Won some victory for humanity. And I guess this can be my contribution. Yeah. Okay, you saw how I painted. I think this is going to be the last segment, and then I will be done. Okay. Bye. Yeah, I just thought I was going to do some a little bit more work and show you a little bit of a little bit close up work here. Yeah, and it will definitely be my last touch on this painting. As usual, all my paintings turn into this infinity thing, never being able to finish it, and in the end I'm just standing there looking at it in a very stupid way and don't really know totally where to go, and that's what happened today. There's always something more to do, and it is quite exhausting, but it's also my driving force, the main reason that I do this, so I should be happy that I have the stamina to stand with it until I can feel it actually has something to offer. Yeah. Let me see, I need some more medium. Everything was very dirty. That can actually affect the colors. And despite that, I'm actually don't mix that much medium into the paint. I only use it as a way to wash away the last colors, and yeah. But of course the medium is getting into the paint anyway. So as you can see, the sky is quite yellow, and there's some yellow here, but the reflection is way more way warmer, and that shouldn't be a surprise at all. I think it has to do probably with the camera. It was taken by Kyle from the United States, this photo, with his mobile telephone. And I don't know what kind of settings he have, but it's a beautiful photo anyway. So yeah. I say Cal, Cal, because he has this funny accent. So. So I don't know how much detail I'm going to go into here. Just going to give an impression of that stone, because it's quite dissolved also in the photo he sent me. I wonder if I'm going home to my parents in a couple of days, and I do wonder if I'm going to try. It's so volatile, the weather there is so volatile, you never know how it's going to be. So if you start on a painting, it's going to be hard to finish it if it's outdoors. Well, I wondered if I was going to do some outdoor sketching, because it's a beautiful light there in my hometown. When it's beautiful, it's really beautiful. What I would love to do is standing on. You have a flat roof on my mom's house, mother and father's house, and it would be brilliant to be able to stand on top of that roof and paint the sunset. And make kind of fast sketches of the seascapes and stuff. That was actually my book. I have a book. It's kind of like the intestines that are a little bit, you know, when they been training so hard that I got this brock, called brock. I have to maybe, that's the sound and kind of, yeah, blah blah blah. I think I've been operating enough, you know, the hips and stuff. So. Anyway, back to painting. Yeah. It would be nice to do some outdoor painting, outdoor sketching. Well, we'll see what happens. You know, time flies so fast, so it's hard to know how much one will be able to get done. I'm also going home to relax. So, but you know, finding relaxation in walking in nature and thinking and just being is basically what I would like to do. You know, finding myself. So anyway, blah blah blah. Yeah. As you can see here, I am just trying to make an impression of different things here. there's very little detail that I can actually hold on to, and it's just silly to start to try to paint it exactly. Maybe it isn't silly, I don't know, maybe I'm just fooling myself, maybe I'm just lazy. I think this looks like rocks from a fire now, and yeah. Yeah, there's some water in there, but it's got a greenish color because of the trees on the other side. They are reflected in the water, so when there's some greenish there, there has to be some greenish here, and some red and green, and all kinds of colors. Yeah, I think I want to see. Some light there, also some reddish. I sometimes feel that my techniques are quite chaotic and kind of unfinished. Basically, like my mind, I have this mind that I'm very much all over the place all the time, and thinking, multitasking. I can feel incredible bliss, and then later the same day I can feel total despair, emptiness. It's almost like I'm burning the candle in both ends every single day. And the way to go with a brain like that is try to become a stoic. Try to figure out all the things that can give you peace, and try to avoid everything that can actually shake up that peace. Tell you a short story. Yesterday I had this girl visiting, very sweet girl actually. Kind of a date, and we have very nice conversations and smooched a little bit, but she needed to go home because, you know, people work and have a different schedule than me. And I noticed when she left that I kind of became depressed. A little bit depressed because, you know, the company of a sweet young girl made me very happy. Of course, a little bit horny stuff. And then when she left, it's almost like a crash after we have been drinking. the day after or the day after that, you kind of crash. You have this high and then you crash. Kind of a little bit of the same feeling. And I don't know if I want that. I want, for the rest of my life, I would like to have some peace, quiet to my paintings, and contemplate my life. Anyway, just a thought. Sweet girl though. So. Now I love conversation. I love interacting with people. I'm a very social being actually. But it shouldn't be the thing that kind of drives me what should drive me is the silent part, the beauty of creating paintings and stuff, because that is a positive thing in the long term. Short buzz, like being social, buying shit and stuff, never gives any long-term happiness anyway. So, this gives me happiness. Painting, seeing results. Not because I'm thinking about the future, not because I'm thinking about my legacy, not because of that, but simply because I love the feeling of doing something, creating something. So, yeah. Anyway, that was a rant. I became a little bit better, I think, I hope. So, maybe do one more segment, one short one, when I'm done. Okay, so here we are. I'm just gonna call it, as they say. I spent on this. There's always something more you can do, and I guess that is the tragedy of it. But at some point you just have to tell yourself to let go, and may the chips chips fall where they may. Isn't that what it's called? And yeah. See now. Okay, dissolve it a little bit. So. This is layer upon layer, layer upon layer. Different colors, different hues. It's really... I was actually going to use just a couple of hours today on it. I've been hanging around now for hours on end. Just banging on small changes. And then when you do, you start to see other things, start to add more, and you just go so deep into it that in the end you can't really find your way out, and just keep going. Just going to add some more shades here, some greenish, sort of places that was kind of empty. And it's always nice to have some inkling of some shapes inside shadows, or it will only become very flat and dead, and we don't want that. So with a little bit, get that thing that may make it come alive a little bit. So maybe I can actually feel there is something in there. It is so opaque, so it's just can't really see any detail. Some shades, some colors, changes, nothing much. So I think that was nice. And give it some more life. And yeah, see now, doing a tiny bit of an adjustment there. Here. And huh. Yeah, that was better. Oh, it's so difficult. So difficult to tear myself away from it. It's just crazy how I go into it. I can't tear myself away. It's not perfect, but kind of good enough, hopefully. Yeah, there's some. So. This one has to come a little bit more out. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah. That was better, I think. Now I start to see a lot of shit, you know. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. This is why paintings take time. Let that be the lesson. Sometimes I wish I could just say, enough! Sometimes I do. But I have a very hard time with it. And maybe that's why my paintings tend to become quite intense. That is that fucking thing. I need to get it operated. Anyway. So, hopefully, I'll stop now. Yeah. Or this is yellow. Oh, okay. No, it's not so bad. I think. That's the river bank. Just a third river bank here too. And it's so boring to see people who are painting things like that in just a few hours, using all these tricks to make people believe that it's good painting. And it's not really, it's just a trick of the eye. No substance, nothing. If you're gonna get substance into a painting, time is of the essence. Time is what will give it, some substance. Yeah, okay. I do think with one last brush stroke here now, with that shine, I think I'm gonna call it today. Hey, hey, hey. Yoo-hoo-hoo. There's some cloud here. Just gonna do like that. Put in some red. Get a little bit more white there. doing? So, okay, I'm going to sign it. Just going to sign it KA. K dot A dot V or and there dot 2 0 20. Okay, maybe that was a little bit, I think it was nice. Kind of gives it another, also gives it a dimension. Just give it a little bit more watery feeling to it. A small thing happening there too, and actually some green in the water. So almost. Just going to do some up here. I need some yellow. And kraplak. A little bit more natural. Yeah, that one is quite bluish, actually, reddish bluish. Not much green there, because the light hits and it becomes more and more red and green and stuff the longer you go down. Same thing here. Yeah, that was maybe. It's hard. Really hard. I'm trying to make it look natural. And it's so difficult. Trees, bees. You want them to melt together at the same time as you want them to keep the substance. And it's kind of speaking two languages at the same time. Okay, I think that was nice. That could do. It's not totally, it's not 100% exactly as the photo, but it's kind of close. So I should be a little bit pleased with it. Oi. Okay, we're going to do distance. It's 20 minutes again. Yeah. I am going to call it quits. And post the video. So many things, you know. You do one thing and then something else pops up. It's really intense work to get everything to kind of stick together, have coherence. So, see something new all the time, you know, it's so annoying. And also one's bias also tend to take over, so it is extremely hard to be non-subjective. Trying to be an objective player, it's almost impossible. So, but you can also only be your own worst critic, because people are in general blind, can't really see what you see as an artist or as a painter. So kind of have to trust your own inner critic, and that is why the whole thing can become quite manic, because on one hand you are totally subjective, and on the other hand you're going to try to keep some objective oversight, and it's basically an almost impossible situation for the human mind. As they say, we bear the stamp of a low origin, and it shows. Remember that last stroke thing? Yeah. Okay. So, welcome to the end of the video. Here you can see the painting, and here you can see even more of the painting. And yeah, textures, all the painted things in it. Yeah, I hope you enjoy this. It's been quite enjoyable to actually do it. Of course, as usual, I got into more trouble than I thought, and that's fine. I usually do. So, as you can see, there's a lot of shine in it because a lot of it is actually quite wet. So that is why you get that effect. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed it, and remember to subscribe to my channel. Even put the notification bell on my channel, so you get notified when I post new videos. You also find a link to Patreon, both in description and after the video. Remember to share and subscribe, as I say, and tell me what you think. Comment, give a thumbs up, and also see the first video of the Gesso process, which is beside this video. And yeah, see you in the next video. And yeah, one more thing, remember to check out the hyperlinks to the different segments in description. That is very important. So, with this, I rest my case. So, here we are at the end of the video. Here you can see some of the textures, brushwork, colors, which are quite vivid compared to reality. It's something with a digital camera that doesn't really pick it up very well. Maybe I figure out how to do it one day, but for now, this is how it is. And if you'd like to be a patron, I will happy to see you there. And if not, I'll see you in the next video. Remember to share, give a thumbs up, leave a comment, and stay cool.